On the electronics. Good morning, we're on the record now.
All right.
This is the time set for the original hearing for MUHANNAD,
Yes, sir.
ALSHAMMARI.
Yep.
And that's you?
That's me.
Do you know your offender number?
254735.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing.
Okay.
I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that you will tell the truth this morning?
I promise I will tell the truth this morning.
Thank you. Mr. ALSHAMMARI, did you receive 7 days written notice about this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive some blue paperwork?
Yes.
Did you review it?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel like you received everything you need to be prepared for the hearing?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And this is your first parole hearing?
Yes, sir.
What we'll do is talk about the offense. Then we'll talk about what you've been doing in prison and what your release plans are.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you did that led you to being in prison?
Yes. I have caused harm to my victim. I don't know if you could mention her name.
No, don't say the name. For her privacy, just say
Yes.
victim.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I have caused substantial mental and physical harm to my victim, and I have acted recklessly. That led me to coming here.
Is it true that when you were assaulting the victim that you prayed about whether you should kill her or not?
Yes, and I also prayed to be calm, like to settle my soul down.
Tell me more about that. Were you debating whether to kill her or not?
I had thoughts, and I prayed for these thoughts to be removed as devilish thoughts, but it came to my mind. I was praying to not do it as well.
Are these thoughts that you'd had before frequently or once in a while or never?
No, it was only that night. It was only that night. I never had homicidal thoughts before.
Why do you think you had them at that time?
Was heavily intoxicated, and not that I justify what I did, but I'm sure that's a big factor, to be heavily intoxicated, you know. And as I written in my report to you guys in my PSI, before that, I had a condition started in 2018, which by that time I was attending school, but it wasn't substantial, it wasn't major, it was just some, periodic reoccurring mental disturbances, but it was only in my head. And that culminated the night I have committed my crime. So that's, but before that, I never thought about killing nobody. It was only that night.
How close do you think you got to killing the victim?
Not that close. Because killing is considered pretty big deal where I come from. So that's another thing that's prevented me from going ahead and act.
It's considered a pretty big thing here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now, see all these monitors?
Yes.
These monitors are here because this hearing is being broadcast online and anybody can watch it
Yes.
while it's happening. If the victim or a member of her family were to be watching right now, is there anything you would want the victim to know?
Yes, certainly. I want her to know that I'm not the same person as I was that night. Coming to prison have changed me, majorly. I've become a totally different person. I'm much more stable right now. I'm much more responsible. I care about taking accountability. And I'm really remorseful and regretful of what I did to her because she don't deserve it. And I just want her to know that I'm sincerely seeking forgiveness from her and her family. And I hope she forgives me and her family forgives me as I'm trying to forgive myself. That was a major setback. That shouldn't have ever been done. And yeah, I just want to make amends. I just want to correct myself and my life. So I hope she forgives me.
You mentioned that you were heavily intoxicated when this happened.
Yes.
Was that alcohol and marijuana both, or one or the other, or something else?
No, it was both.
Were you using any other drugs as well?
No.
I had relatives who lived in Saudi Arabia for a while, and
You said you had relatives?
yes, and I understand the alcohol use is not generally an acceptable thing
Yes.
there. Did you begin using alcohol here?
Yeah.
Or-
I never used it before, prior to me coming to the United States. I started using here and it wasn't periodic. It wasn't like a major use. It was, I can count them really, you know, it's more of a curiosity thing.
A curiosity, but on this day it got out of control.
For sure. 100%.
There was a psychological review that was done. Did you see that?
Yes, I read it.
It said that you do not have a serious persistent mental illness and that most of the issues the evaluator saw were related to substance abuse.
That was the biggest factor, you know, but
Do you agree with that statement, or do you think it's only partially correct?
sorry, say that again.
So the evaluator said that the problems that he saw were not related to mental illness. They were related to substance abuse.
And then that's what he perceived because now, like I said, now I'm stable, you know, I'm much more stable. So that's what he perceived, but I did mention to him about before that I wasn't stable. And I think it was emotional disturbance that led to that. I'm just theorizing because, you know, being away from home, having to adapt to a new culture, new tradition, new way of life, you know, and I, you know, my entire life prior to come to the United States, I've lived with my family. So that kind of separation was big deal, you know. So,
Is there a chance that you will become mentally unstable again? Or do you have a handle on things?
no, I do have a strong handle on things right now.
Any physical issues that the board needs to know about?
Pretty healthy.
You did complete the MRT program very recently.
Yes.
I'm interested in your opinion. Was that useful or was it just something to keep you busy?
No, it was certainly useful. I have learned that, so in that course, it's 12 steps, as you may already know. And each step transitions you to the next. And it's intended to see where your thinking is flawed and how to transition from that and substitute it with a better thinking, with a more responsible thinking, plan-oriented way of life. So I think it's pretty useful. I've benefited a lot from it.
If something were to happen, could you use anything you learned in MRT to make better choices?
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Tell me about that.
So the MRT pushes the idea of rational thinking and the idea of considering consequences, which I think will benefit me for the rest of my life. And yeah, I could use that on my daily life when I get out and in here as well, you know.
Rational thinking, tell me more about that. In other words, were you using irrational thinking before and now you think differently?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me what that means to you.
It means that I can stay away from trouble and I can prevent harm to others. And it means I can uphold commitments better in my life and be a much responsible individual. It means a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were a couple disciplinary violations last year.
It was irrational.
Tell me what was going on. Why did those happen?
So the first one was on June. I was taken to a county jail and was housed in a dorm section. And in the county jail, they don't have any religious accommodation. So I asked them to return me back. And they said, just wait. And I've been waiting along, but that wasn't the issue. The issue is the dorm setting. People are loud, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., like you barely get any rest at night. And that accumulates over time. You get a lot of stress. Again, not that I justify it, but my irrational thinking kicked in because of the stressful environment that I was in. And I ended up having a fight with another inmate. That's what happened.
What about the incident in August for refusing the direct order?
Well, that was in a section where people are out. So close to count time, people remain out. That was in the section I was in. And so I was outside and the CO yells, rack in. And we go in and out to the microwave and stuff like that. And it's still on me. I should have racked in. I should have used microwave way before that. But that was it. I did not rack in on time.
Was it worth the punishment to use a microwave?
No, absolutely not.
Now, in your statement, you said you believe you'll be deported. Is that still your belief?
Upon completion of my sentence, because I have a detainer.
Right.
So,
Have you talked to an immigration attorney, or is this just your own conclusion?
I mean, that's my own conclusion based on what I came to know, that people with ICE detainers end up being deported. So I'm not, you're right, I'm not too sure on how that works, but I'm just assuming that's what's gonna happen.
If somehow you were not deported, do you have an alternative plan?
You mean if I remain in the United States?
Right. If ICE does not deport you, you'd have to stay here for at least some period of time, or would you just take off as soon as you could?
I mean, my ultimate plan is to go back home because I need to reunite with my family, and I'm a citizen of another country. I don't have any legal paperwork in here. I can't work. I can't, because I came to the United States on a student visa, which is invalid right now. On that visa, I can only work on campus if it were to be valid. I can't work off campus. But now that's invalid. I can't work in campus. I can't attend school. I can't work. So I'm stagnant. I don't know what to do without legal paperwork. And as far as I know, to renew that paperwork, I need to return back and do it through the U.S. Embassy in my country for them to grant me a new visa, new valid visa. So in any case, I mean, I don't see, and you know, somebody could enlighten me on this, but I don't see that I will be much successful if I stay, due to the fact that I can't work, I can't earn a living, you know.
You touched on this a little bit, but tell me, you believe you've changed since you came to prison, is what you said, right?
That's true.
What are the biggest ways that you've changed?
Well, first, I have developed a much better relationship with my creator. And second to that, I am much more responsible individual right now. I'm much more oriented towards using my time in a beneficial manner, using my time in a useful manner, rather than just wasting it. I'm much more oriented towards learning. Like this, right now, this is the most thing that motivates me and thrusts me forward, is to gain knowledge on things that will benefit me. Things like since I came to prison, I have developed this sense of psychoanalysis. Like right now, I can understand people better. I can look at someone and I understand like how they act, why they act the way they act. Because you're around people 24/7, you know? You come to understand people's motives, you know, which I think that's in the field of social studies. Again, I'm much more responsible individual right now. I have goals. I have aims. I want to finish my goals. One of my goals is to make amends with all those I have wronged, not only my victim, but those maybe I said an insulting word here, or, you know, I did not help when they asked for help, things of that nature. And so, man, I have changed substantially since the time I came in.
All right, anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered it all?
Well, I just have questions in regards to like how it's gonna work with me upon completion of my sentence.
All right, let me start here. You don't receive an answer in this hearing
Okay.
about parole. That is because 3 members of the board must agree.
Yeah.
And that decision generally takes a few weeks or perhaps a month. If you were to be paroled, there is an ICE detainer, as you said.
Yeah.
ICE typically waits until the parole date. And then when you're paroled, instead of being out and about wandering around,
Mhm.
ICE would be here at the prison to get you immediately. And then they would take you to another facility and you'd go through the process
Okay.
there.
Okay.
You'd have to talk to an immigration attorney to get the specifics, but that is the general process.
Okay. Okay.
So in other words, they will not get you until there is a parole date set.
All right. All right.
Understood?
Yes.
All right. Well, I appreciate you speaking to me this morning, and we'll conclude the hearing at this time.
Okay. Thank you, sir, very much.
Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for the original hearing for Brent Neil Brown. Is that you, sir?
That is,
Do you know your offender number?
yes,
Will you tell me?
265597.
All right. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing.
Okay.
I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes,
Thank you. Mr. Brown, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
yes, I did.
Did you receive blue disclosure paperwork?
Yes, I did.
And it looks like you have at least some of it with you.
Yes, I do.
You reviewed it all, I assume?
Yes, I did.
Any problems, or do you feel like you have everything you need to be prepared?
I believe I have everything I have. One thing that I did notice is in it, it talks about case number 171100538 in Box Elder County. That case was dismissed on November 25th, 2024.
I'll make a note of that.
Thank you. And then I have 2 certificates of completion that I got after I sent stuff into the board.
Okay, tell me what those are.
They are a certificate of completion to level 1 in the solid program. And a certificate of completion for financial literacy. And I also completed the business to success class, but I have not received the certificate of completion on that.
I'll make notes of those as well. Thank you for telling me that.
You are welcome.
Have you been in prison before?
No, I have not.
What we'll do in this hearing is talk about the offense, what you've been doing in prison, and what your release plans are.
Okay.
That sound fair?
Yes.
Tell me why you're in prison today.
I am in prison today because I accepted a plea deal, due to consensual acts that, she changed her mind and claimed that they were not consensual.
In your written statement, I noted that you said everything was consensual.
Yes.
And I don't want to mischaracterize. What I'm hearing from you is, in your mind, no crimes were committed, but the better option was to take a plea deal rather than risk getting convicted of everything at trial. Is that your position?
That is correct. And with the plea deal, I also, part of it was the Siri plea, which reserved my right to appeal certain things instead of wasting more of the state's time and money to reserve that right through trial.
And are you actively appealing?
Yes.
What stage is the appeal, if you know?
I know that my appellate attorney has received the information from the state. He is writing the opening briefing, and that's as far as I know at this time.
All right, thanks for answering that.
You're welcome.
Your written statement said you believe that the victim will become rich from writing a book about what happened. Is that your position?
Yes, because you asked, the paperwork asked for impact. It did not specify either good or bad. And I know that the victim has expressed thoughts of writing those type of books and publishing them.
And that was in an interview?
Yes.
Any other thoughts about the victim that you want to share? If not, we can move on.
Not at this time.
Any issue with substance abuse?
No.
Drink once in a while, but no
Yes, correct.
issue. The sex offense treatment assessment is recommending that you complete treatment in prison. I imagine you're aware of that.
I was not aware of that, no.
What are your, do you agree with that? Disagree?
I disagree.
What part do you disagree with? The reason I'm asking this is I want to make sure I'm not guessing what your thoughts are. I want to get your statement. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Considering I don't know exactly everything of the assessment because it was done through static stuff, not anything to do with me because I was not involved in it. I have a hard time saying, but I do not believe that the things that I enjoy are bad things because it is no longer considered deviant action by the public therapists and stuff, and it is no longer in the DMS-5 as such, as per a expert witness that we had at my sentencing.
I imagine that the problem was not so much the activity as being convicted, which means the presumption. Let me back up. When you're convicted, the board and everybody else considers you to have been convicted of something that is not consensual. And you understand that?
Yes.
Right. If the therapist here say you need to take sex offense treatment, would you do it or would you decline?
At this time, I would decline because of my active appeal.
Understood. Your expiration date is 2041.
Correct.
If the appeal is denied and they come back and say you need to do sex offense treatment to get out, what would your position be at that point?
Then I would be willing to take it to get out. And I would do whatever I could to learn from it.
So you would be willing to take it after the appeal, of course, if the appeal reversed your convictions. Well, an appeal could result in a new trial. It
Correct.
could result in the offenses being dismissed entirely. Of course, no one can predict the future on that. Is there any programming that you think you would benefit from regardless of the appeal?
I would be anything to help me understand thought process and stuff better. Strive. In Solid, I've learned quite a little bit about criminal mind thinking, criminal mindset. I also have taken MRT, as I noted in there, in county while I was in pretrial detention, which I actually pushed to be able to do it because I was housed with state inmates.
Did you
And
finish?
Yes, I did. I completed it. Copy of the certificate was included. And
What, you were in a county jail?
yes, Sevier County Jail.
When, do you recall when you finished?
I do not, but I have copies of that paperwork. It was actually included in a letter that family sent.
If it's not handy, I can look it up when I
It
get.
is right here, presented on the 21st day of December, 2023.
All right, appreciate you telling me that.
Yep. I also did Inside Out Dad at the same county jail. And I have
You do
that
not-
certificate.
You don't have any disciplinary violations, so that is always a good thing. How have you managed to avoid getting in trouble?
Just try to do the best I can, obey the rules, even though I may disagree with them, though they're still the rules and you have to abide by them. And by continuing to try to better myself through working in culinary, going to these classes, doing crocheting as my time allows.
Now, here's an even more difficult question than normal, I recognize. I ask everybody whether they've changed since they've come to prison. And I understand it may be a more difficult question here because you maintain your innocence. So I guess there's several parts to the question because of that. Do you feel that you have changed? And if not, is that because there was nothing that you needed to change? I'm interested in your take on that question.
As far as have I changed? Yes. How I have changed is before I used to think, oh, my actions don't affect anybody unless they choose to allow them to. I now understand that even any minute actions do affect people that I come into contact with, my family, friends, other people. And I now understand how they more affect them. I have also changed because I have actually became more in touch with my spirituality. Not necessarily any specific religion, just better in tune with the higher power. I now understand that my actions and thoughts originate, or my actions and choices originate from my thoughts, and your thoughts are influenced by your beliefs, your standards, your experiences, your environments growing up. And in order to change thoughts and actions and choices, you have to redefine your beliefs, your standards, your ethics.
Thank you for answering that. Now, this next question is also a bit more difficult, I understand. If you were to be paroled, you would have to do sex offense treatment. It's not even an option. It would be one of the parole conditions. So given that, would you prefer, and I want to be clear, it's not your choice, but here's where I'm going. I'll just be straight up. There's no reason to parole you if you would refuse to comply with the conditions of parole, because then that would be a violation and you'd be right back in prison. So given that, is your position that you would rather wait and see what happens with the appeal and then decide whether you're willing to parole or not? Or would you be willing to parole even if the appeal is still going on?
It would depend on whether going to sex offender treatment would violate my Fifth Amendment rights, because I believe that in order to participate, you have to accept and take responsibility for actions, which that would mean accepting what I believe was consensual acts as being non-consensual. So if I had to state things against my maintaining my innocence, then no, I would not be willing to do that.
Understood. Anything else the board needs to know, or do you feel like we've covered it all during the hearing already?
I believe we've covered it all.
All right. Well, Mr. Brown, I appreciate you speaking to me. Before you stand up, though, let me tell you a couple more things.
Yes,
I don't give you an answer in the hearing today about whether you will be paroled or not.
understood,
At least 3 members of the board must agree on that.
understood,
And that decision could take up to several weeks or even a month or so.
understood.
Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
And it appears to me that you feel like we've been able to discuss everything that you wanted to discuss. Is that accurate?
Yes, I do
Okay.
have family support, and I do have a place where if I am paroled, I would be able to stay and have family support to help me get a job, maintain things like that.
Let me suggest something that I believe would be helpful. If you find out that your appeal is either moving forward or that it has been denied one way or the other, I would suggest that you write the board and say that you found out your appeal is going in this direction, and that has impacted your thoughts in X, Y, or Z way.
Understood.
Makes sense? So for instance, if your appeal is denied and that caused you to conclude that you would participate in treatment, write us a letter so that we know, because that would be a bit of a change in your
Yes.
position, right?
I do know that it is on the docket for the appellate court. There is a case number. It just has not been done any further than that, if
Not
that
set
makes
for
sense.
anything.
Yeah.
Well, it's up to you. I'm not forcing you to do so. I'm just
Understood.
suggesting it would be helpful that if something happens in your appeal, let us know.
Duly noted.
Okay. Thank you for speaking to me, and we'll conclude the hearing at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. That signal means that we're on the record now. This is the time set for an original hearing for Dylan Isaac Martinez. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
257182.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank
sir.
you. Mr. Martinez, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive blue disclosure paperwork?
Yes.
One of the things that I received later than normal was a sex offense treatment assessment. Did you receive that?
Yes.
All right. So here's the question. Do you feel like you've received everything you need in order to be prepared for this hearing?
Yes.
Are there any issues with the blue paperwork that you need to bring up, or was it generally fine?
It was generally fine.
Okay. Is this your first time in prison?
Yes. Oh, well, second time if you count the time when I got charged as an adult at 17. So
Okay. So do you understand what happens in a parole hearing, or should I explain the process to you?
I understand.
Now, one thing I'd like to ask you right off the bat that will impact the way the hearing might go. There's a statement in the assessment that says that you will refuse to participate in treatment and you want to just expire your sentence. Is that accurate, or was that a mistake?
That's accurate, sir.
Okay. So your expiration date is May 3rd, 2027.
Yes.
Does that
Yes.
sound right?
Yes, sir.
If the board were to tell you in order to parole, you have to do treatment, what would your answer be?
That I will not do treatment in here. That I'd rather do it on the streets, but I will not do it here in the prison. I don't believe in the TC ways. I do believe I do need therapy, but I don't believe in the TC programming.
And I want to be clear, I'm not trying to change your mind. What I don't want to do is guess about what your thoughts are, so that's why I'm asking. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So would it be accurate to say that no matter what, you will refuse treatment and choose to expire?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that fair to say? I'm just making some notes of that so I can convey that information. I'd be interested to hear more about your position. When you say you don't believe in the treatment system, I assume you mean you don't believe that it's effective?
I just don't think TC is working. Like, I think it's set up to make you failed in the TC programming. I mean, they're not there to help you. They rather see you get kicked out so they can replace somebody else with you. Now, I do believe I do need therapy, and I believe that I do have problems. I will admit that. But I do not want to live in a TC area where I have inmates telling me that I'm doing everything wrong and trying to get me kicked out, where there's no counselors to see actually what's going on.
What sort of therapy do you believe that you need?
I believe that I do need the sex offender treatment, like, to help me understand what I did and why I did it. You know, I believe that there might be something wrong with me and that I do need help to uncovering what that is so I don't repeat my same mistakes.
If your sentence was to expire, would you get treatment on your own even if you didn't have to?
Yes, sir. I already talked to my dad and everything about it, and as soon as I expired, I am going to look into therapy on my own.
Do you have any name of a program yet, or is
Not
that?
yet. Me and my dad are still looking into it.
Because obviously it would be disastrous first for another victim if you were to expire, get out, victimize someone.
Yes.
That would be horrendous.
Yes, I understand that.
It also won't do you any favors because then you'd be coming back to prison as a repeat offender
Yes.
and things would not go well at all.
Yes, I understand that.
I assume that you acknowledge that you did commit the offenses.
I do acknowledge that.
Any issues with substance abuse that the board needs to know about?
No, I do not have substance abuse, even though I did failure to produce 2 UAs.
Alcohol and marijuana, were they factors in these offenses?
Yes, sir, they were.
What about cocaine?
I stopped using cocaine at the age of 29. So for a year, I've been clean before I caught my offense.
Stopped for a year before these offenses.
Yes. I'm still clean at the moment too, or still being clean.
Do you generally agree with the sex offense evaluation other than the recommendation, or do you disagree with the whole thing?
I agree what they put in.
And you agree that you need treatment, but just not here.
Yes.
2027, of course, is 2 years away. What would you intend on doing as far as, are there programs that you would do here during those 2 years, or would you just say I'm out?
No, I wanted to do anger management classes if I can, substance abuse if there is possible, complete MRTs, anything that I could enroll in.
Substance abuse.
Yes.
You mentioned 2 disciplinary violations for not producing UAs on both of them. What happened?
I just couldn't use the restroom at the time, and my 2-hour limit was up, and I just couldn't use the restroom. There's no explanation. There's nothing. that I could explain why I couldn't go.
Do you feel that you've changed since you've come to prison this time?
I feel like I have. I understand that my mistakes and what I've done. I realize everything I did was wrong, and I want to change for to be a better man in every way I can. And just remorse for the things I did.
Where would you live?
I was going to go back to my dad's house until I could get on my feet, and then I was probably going to go back to Colorado with my brother and my sister.
What sort of work would you do?
Probably construction. Hopefully get one of my jobs back over there too, like, cause I was working at a gas station as well, so hopefully I could get back into that line of work. Cause I was a manager at one point in time before I came to prison, so.
Okay. Anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered everything during the hearing already?
I think we covered everything we have in the hearing. Like I said, I basically want to expirate. That's what I want to do.
I don't give you an answer today. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
At least 3 members of the board must agree, and that decision takes a few weeks, perhaps a month.
Okay.
Now, if it is expiration, I'd encourage you to at least do something for the next 2 years and 2 months to better yourself and improve your thinking and behavior.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes, sir. It does.
All right. Appreciate you talking to me, and we'll conclude the hearing at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. We're on the record now.
Yes, sir.
This is the time set for an original hearing for Harold Scott Miller. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
205355.
Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive the blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you review it?
I did, sir.
Any issues that you saw, or was it generally fine?
So I got two separate packets. One was the general packet, and then there was an amendum later after I was given a psych eval by one, I believe his name was Dr. Peck, and I have some concerns with that.
All right. That's one of the things we're going to talk about.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate you letting me know that. Any other issues? It sounds like other than that, it was fine.
Yes, sir.
Have you been in prison before?
I have.
So you understand, we'll talk about the offenses, what you've been doing in prison,
Yes, sir.
the psychological review, and then what any release plans might be,
Yes, sir.
right? Do you agree with the facts as stated about the offenses?
Yes, sir.
Tell me why on earth you did this.
Well, sir, it's extremely difficult to explain, and I definitely don't want to come off sounding rehearsed, so forgive me if I stumble a little bit. Basically, I had gone off my medication knowingly and in a way that could have easily been prevented and rectified. So let me be clear, this was 110% my fault and my responsibility. But I had become severely dehydrated and confused and sleep deprived, and I was wandering, and I was getting very strange thoughts in my head. In this particular instance, I thought that colored lights were telling me that I was supposed to, that I had been invited to share in some kind of sexual experience with these people in whose home I was not welcome in. And for some reason, I didn't understand that at the time. And I walked in and committed the offense as it's on paper. I just walked right in like I owned the place and affected these two people in ways that I couldn't even begin to imagine at this point.
Did you know them?
No.
Complete strangers?
Yes.
When you say the colored lights told you, was it an audible
No.
voice, or just you saw colored lights and sensed this?
It was like, I just got this idea in my head and I was like, okay, so if I close my eyes and this colored light is blinking over there, then that means I'm supposed to do this or not supposed to do this or go to this place or don't go to that place. Like some kind of signal.
All right. Thanks for telling me that. See all these monitors?
Yes, sir.
What they mean is this is being broadcast online.
Yes, sir.
So anybody in the public could be out there watching
I'm aware.
this without restriction. They don't have to pay anything to watch. If the victims were to be watching right now, is there anything you would want to say to them?
Just that I'm so sorry and that I worry every day that they think that because this happened to them, that the world is a bad place and that they're unsafe. And I just would want them to know that while this is every bit my fault and I could have taken actions to prevent it, it could have, should have, and always will in the future, that the world is not a bad place. The world is not out to harm them. And that I hope that they've been able to find some healing, maybe with victims advocacy. I don't know how it works. I just know that I've been given the help I need. Someone who, in my eyes, I felt for the longest time like I didn't deserve it. So I can only hope that someone was there to help them after I did what I did.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any issues with substance abuse?
No, sir. In the past, I have, and I use this word very literally, dabbled. I shouldn't say never. Before I went to the HOPE program, I had a pretty severe alcoholism issue and I smoked marijuana pretty frequently. And after that, I experimented very briefly with some other things a couple of times at the halfway house, got caught every time. But nothing since, I think, 2017 or maybe the very earliest of 2018 when there was a small amount of spice in a blanket that I was lying on the sidewalk. But no, I've been dead clean sober for a very long time. I have no choice but to accept that with my state of mind and the possible interactions with my medication, even like experimental recreational use is just out of the question. So that is not something that I'm interested in. Anything that could lead my mind to a place where people could ever be in danger again is not up for discussion.
You successfully completed the sex offender treatment program.
Yes, sir.
I'm interested in your opinion. Was this useful in any way, or was it simply a time filler to keep you busy?
No, at the first, and I suppose that is a good question. At first, I thought to myself, years ago when I began this process, I thought, do I really have a sexual issue or is it a mental health issue? And I was very open to the idea. I thought, well, if my mental health issues express themselves in that way, obviously there's some kind of underlying issue or maybe a question of some kind of deviance. I wanted to remain absolutely open to any kind of help possible. So that's the kind of attitude I went into it with, and I was rewarded for it. I had an excellent therapist, Dr. Megan Brown, and she helped me see ways to act much more responsibly and to take better care of myself, which equals taking better care of and the safety of the people around me. And what was almost as useful, I think, as the sex offense program itself was the therapeutic community in which we live. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but there's an accountability system and a lot of structure and a lot of people who were there to mentor me when I first got there, as I am now to people coming in. Because I moved to the section very early before my program, so I've actually been there since August 2nd of 2022. And the accountability system has never come to my door. I learned very quickly that this was a place where I could learn to be responsible for myself and accountable to the people around me and respect the rights of others, which I think was huge for me. Because that's something that, while like, I have to say, while in committing my offense, I genuinely never meant to harm anybody. I was definitely at a place in state of mind where I obviously didn't care, or it wouldn't have happened. I should have seen the possible far-reaching consequences of just spiraling like that. And living in a close-knit community in this dorm that I've lived in for so long, has really helped me see the interconnectivity of people and how our actions affect others. And so between pre-treatment with Miss Morgan, treatment with Dr. Brown, TC community headed by Mr. Colangelo, it's been a godsend. It's been what taught me that I could be better and that I deserve to be better. And the people around me deserve me to be better.
All right. Now you said you wanted to talk about the psych review, and I wanted to talk to you about it
Yes, sir.
as well. First, before we talk about the content, do you have any comments on the process itself? So not the content, but the process itself.
Yes, it was highly confrontational. I found Dr. Peck to be, I think that there is a not so fine line between being curt and professional and being disrespectful. And he was openly scoffing and laughing at things that I would tell him. And I just, and I respectfully raised that question. I said, this feels very confrontational, and he just agreed with me. And as someone who has come to depend highly on mental health professionals, I was just very taken aback, I guess you could say. I understand he has a job to do, and he probably usually does it fairly well, but in this instance, something seemed wrong to me.
Okay. What about the content and conclusions of the evaluation? Anything you want to address there?
Yes, he said that he doesn't believe I experienced psychosis in any way, shape, or form, which, I mean, in my blue packet going all the way back to, let's think, 2013 or 14 with my original probation officer, Judge Chambers, the word schizophrenia is mentioned. And I've been clinically diagnosed by more than one person and like medical doctors that I've spent much more time with than I ever did with Dr. Peck, which was about 40 minutes, which back to the process seems unusual for a formal psych eval, at least in my experience. I mean, I've been talking to therapists, well, and also, as for the content, he said I have no record of being in mental health over the last year. That's because I've been seeing a therapist through the SOTP program 2 weeks, 2 and 3 weeks, or 2 and 3 times a week alternating. So I mean, between that work and therapeutic community responsibilities, there really wouldn't have been time to see yet another therapist, and it wouldn't have seemed necessary.
So in other words, it sounds like you strongly disagree with his conclusion that you intentionally make efforts to malinger.
Yes,
And you know what malinger means?
I do. I had to look it up, but I do. And I was frankly offended. I mean, again, to be frank, I haven't been taking a medication that made me gain 200 pounds over the last 4 years because I think it's fun to have a giant needle stuck in me every few weeks. What is to be gained? I don't understand.
I had a question about that. Did Dr. Peck say what your motivation was for malingering?
No, he did not. He said for some reason.
Any ideas come to your mind? Why would someone malinger? Why would someone pretend to have problems if they didn't? Any possible ideas come to mind?
I mean, maybe if I had been out with like real evil intent that night and just wanted to harm somebody in some way that I never had before. Actually, that's another thing. He said because my symptoms had never expressed in a sexual manner before. He also mentioned that. He said that it was just out of character. But maybe at the courtroom process, I could understand, but I mean, this far down the line, this far through therapy, and also, I mean, I'd been hospitalized for psychosis beforehand, which for some reason, he said he was going to get the records and then said that they were unavailable. But at a certain time and place, I suppose I could see some motivation, but here and now, absolutely not.
The board occasionally uses a contract evaluator, Dr. Malm. And it's a little bit more extensive review than Dr. Peck does.
Mhm.
Do you think that would be helpful for the board to have that done, or is that not necessary?
I really don't know. I mean, I can't speak for the board or what you ladies and gentlemen are thinking.
I know you're not a mind reader, at least you're not claiming to be.
No, sir, not at this time. There was a time when I thought people were trying to read mine, though.
So here's the question. You don't have to read our minds. Do you think the psych review was so off and incorrect that the board would need another contract evaluation to set things straight? If you don't, then you don't.
Well, if you're going to base major decisions on what he said, then yes, I would think that it would be necessary. I guess the reason I'm so hesitant is because of, you know, how much time it'll take for that to happen. But that's, I mean, if I would say it's necessary then because things he said just weren't right.
The burden's not on you to decide. I'm just interested in
Yes, sir.
where you think it would be helpful.
Yes, sir.
And I think I get.
Yes.
If you were to be released, are your plans still to go to a halfway house?
Yeah, yes, I would stabilize at a community correction center, and I think that would be helpful for me, especially because of the low cost of living and added stability. Because so I didn't know that I had restitution, or I would have been paying that off in the meantime, because I've been steadily employed almost my whole time in prison, and quite well at this time now. But I'm going to have a bit of an uphill financial battle between that and child support and things like that. So I've made some connections at this point where I could probably find a room or something of that sort instead, but I couldn't rightfully say for certain that I could afford it. So it wouldn't be responsible. So community corrections would probably be the way for me.
Very good. Anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered it all?
Just that I guess I expected it to come up that I had done so poorly on supervision in the past, because I have, and reading it, honestly, I was just confused and kind of embarrassed at this person on paper, which, I mean, it's a dangerous thing to say that's not me anymore, because it is, and it will always be part of my past that I have to own and be accountable for. But that's definitely not the way I would think to behave anymore. I don't know if it was a combination of the program and TC and this time in prison, or just really hitting rock bottom of knowing I had really truly harmed someone. But I just don't think I was ready to be accountable before I came to prison this time. Things just feel different. I guess for one reason or another, or many, I guess I would just want the board to know that I have grown up. I'm not the cocky little jerk that thought he was going to run the world when he came in here so many times before. It's exhausting and it's embarrassing and it's not who I want to be.
Thank you for telling me that. You already know this, I believe, but you don't receive an answer today.
Yes, sir.
At least 3 members of the board must agree on what comes next. That decision can take several weeks, perhaps even a month.
Do I have time for one last thing?
Sure.
Also, Dr. Peck said, and I absolutely disagree, but he said he wanted substance abuse programming. And I just wanted to let you know that whether I disagree or not, it's not my job to say anything but yes, sir, or yes, ma'am, when something like that's presented to me. I'm very scared of doing it here in prison because it's a very different atmosphere where the accountability system is weaponized often against people that are perceived as weak or different. And I, despite my size, fall into those categories. So I would just, I dare say, beg to do that at a halfway house like I've heard people do. But I just wanted to let you know that even if I don't think it's necessary, I'm willing to participate wholeheartedly in anything you guys decide is necessary.
Let me make a note of that. Well, thank you for speaking to me, and we'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for an original hearing for Zachary Miles RUEDA.
Yes,
Do you know your offender number?
211066.
Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. RUEDA, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive blue disclosure paperwork?
yes,
Did you review it?
yes.
Any issues, or was it fine?
It's fine.
Have you had one of these hearings before?
No, sir.
What we'll do is talk about the offenses a little bit. We'll talk about what you've been doing in prison and what your release plans are.
Sorry.
Make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Did you read the description of the facts in the blue paperwork?
Yes,
Was it accurate?
yes, it's pretty accurate, sir.
When you say pretty accurate, it means
It
that there
means-
might be something you need to bring up, but if you don't, that's fine.
It was really accurate to the factual basis of what had happened. I believe I did a little more damage than that, emotionally, and a ripple effect towards people around as well. So yes, it was correct to her statement, so to say. But I know that I had done more than just that trauma physically.
Why did all this happen?
So it all happened because I was controlling. I had a belief system that if I am with a girl, then they live up to my expectations. And you're not supposed to do that, you know. That's what I've been learning. But she was talking to another guy, meeting up with him, and wanted to do stuff with him. And so I was intoxicated and blew up on her and grabbed her phone and showed my niece what was going on, as I kicked her and showed my niece the text messages that she was sending to my niece's dad. And that's what had happened. My anger got the best of me, and I raged, and I couldn't control myself.
Thanks for explaining your point of view. That's helpful. See all these monitors.
Yes.
This means that the hearing's being broadcast online, so any member of the public who wants to can watch free at no cost whatsoever. If the victim were to be watching today, is there something you would want to say to her?
I'm very sorry for the trauma and the pain, the suffering, the whole ripple effect amongst our son and further families. I wish her well, and I forgive her for everything, and she doesn't deserve that from me or anyone else. I am sincerely sorry for putting her through years of pain. And yeah.
Okay. In the packet, you said that you had issues with alcohol, marijuana, meth, opiates, and cocaine and heroin. Is that accurate?
Yes, my drug of choice is heroin or opiates. I'm a severe dependency opiate. Disability. I have experimented with all those. That is correct, but my drug of choice is heroin. I haven't used heroin for since I want to say 2018. I was on the mat treatment on the street, doing therapy, and have my marijuana card, which would keep me away from those illicit drugs and to help me out with stability, not to use street drugs. But yes, that is correct.
You are in the Achieve drug treatment program.
Yes.
When do you believe you would graduate if everything goes well?
We've been pushed back. We were supposed to graduate this month, but due to the holidays and some people leaving, we're projected for the end of next month, beginning of May now.
1st of May.
Around the 1st of May, the end of April.
I'm interested in your honest opinion. Has this been worthwhile or is it just something to keep you busy?
It's both. It keeps me really busy, out of trouble. It is worthwhile to understand my bad ways, my belief systems. Keeps me learning more about myself, and eager to get out and to maintain promising relationships that will help me. I got a good support system in here, and I hope to take it out there with me as well. Is really good. It's been a whole different culture change. I was in the Beaver County substance abuse and left there due to medical issues and came here. Went to Solid, and Solid was good, and then went to Achieve, and I've been in Achieve doing really well. The peer leader there. I've never expected to be in such a role where you have so much duties and tasks to help out other people, yet to see I was in that position a while back ago, and you know, thinking it was okay to get away with still criminal activities and stuff. But I've opened my mind up and been a lot more broad perspective of working with security, working with other staff to help out myself and other individuals, so there won't be any kind of violence or malicious acts or drug use or anything like that. Yes, I have encountered some substance abuse A13 write-ups for buprenorphine, which is the Suboxone. And during recovery, you do get your setbacks, and that is tough. I know it wasn't prescribed to me, but on the streets, I will be using it as a prescribed. Yet, I hope to get stable and on that MAT treatment as possible. And they've been looking into that for me and helping me out with that. But it's been worthwhile and really, really good for me. It keeps me busy. It makes me understand the more meaningful essence of life.
Good. Anything about your physical or mental health the board needs to be aware of?
No, I just suffer from Graves' disease, and that's why I've been moved around. And it states in the blue packet that I've had a lot of uncompleted, I don't know, programs because of being moved around so much. But kind of getting more stable. It hurt me for a really long time, and I go to the U every three months, 4 months to get my checkups and have to take my meds.
And that's Graves' disease?
Yes, hyperthyroidism. It actually was being treated so much that it went under, and so I had an adverse effect and my thyroids blew up really big. So they had to take me into emergency again and reevaluate my medicine. Other than that, my physical is okay.
And you explained that these disciplinary issues were setbacks that you've overcome.
Yes, sir.
How have you changed since you've come to prison?
Learn how to manage my emotions through my intellect, to understanding, taking my deep breaths, stepping back from a situation and disarming it so that I don't engage in physical actions or even the substance use. It's honestly made me open my eyes and realize the way that I've been growing up and have been raised was a culture that is very diverse to the nows in projection of like freedom, so to say, can be controlling. If you're in a bad relationship, leave it. If the person isn't right for you, leave it. Do not pursue something that is going to be toxic for yourself and for others, and to let them see that. I think that that was probably the biggest thing that I've learned, is that I have to be seeking safety for myself. And the way that I do that is through my, moral recognition of understanding the situations that's being portrayed and getting out of it as soon as possible.
Anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered it all?
My planning success is good. I have went through first step, Odyssey House, because I know that I might need actual aftercare. If not, I could finish this program and possibly get out. I am still going to go with the Discovery House, which is in Layton, and see my therapist and my doctor there, get on my prescriptions, and maintain a job, get my CDL back, reestablish my licensing, and hopefully after that open and start my own business. I've been doing entrepreneurship classes here, and I really would like to show the community that being a Fallon or being in a diverse situation, you could still do what everyone else does. I will be going back to my father and my stepmother's house. No one there will be using drugs or alcohol, and it would just be me and them. I will establish that through the parole, if granted parole, when I get granted parole. And they are a good support system, like I said. And I will be with Dennis and Toby, getting my help through them as well. And they are people from the community here, so to say. So I would like to establish that and maintain it. And that's all I would like to say.
Okay. You don't receive an answer during the hearing. At least 3 members of the board must agree on what comes next. If it's parole, then when and what the conditions will be. That decision can take several weeks, perhaps even a month. You understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Mr. RUEDA, thank you for speaking to me this morning. We will conclude the hearing at this time.
Thank you, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You too. Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for a victim impact hearing for Jorge Martin Benvenuto. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
126399.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in. Would you raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
I promise.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of the hearing?
I did.
Did you receive any blue paperwork in preparation for the hearing?
I received a blue packet, yes.
And in particular, there would have been some victim impact letters that arrived later part of last year. Did you receive those?
I don't think I did.
They were from victim representatives that were written in support of you. Did you receive those?
They may have been part of the blue packet, not separate.
Okay. You did receive those, it sounds like. All right. Do you feel like you're prepared for this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to set the expectations so that you understand what is possible and what is not. And you may already understand this. This is a rare hearing because there is no decision for the board to make. We are prohibited by statute from issuing a commutation or even pardoning you or granting parole at this point. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So typically at the end of the hearing, I will say no decision will be announced today. But in this particular hearing, we already know what the decision is. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
But it's very important for us to hear from victims and victim representatives when they wish to speak. And that is the purpose of today's hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So what we will do is hear from them first, and then you are going to have the opportunity to respond if you wish. You do not have to, but you will have that opportunity. Do you understand all that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I've been told that the victims and victims' representatives may have a particular order in which they wish to speak. Is that right? And are you speaking first, ma'am?
Prefer to speak last, if that's okay.
Okay, who would like to be first?
I think there's only one other.
Okay, whoever would be like to who would like to be first, please go to that microphone there. And even though I have your name here, I need you to state your name for the record.
David Whitby.
And would you please raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Promise. Yeah.
Go ahead and tell me what you would like the board to know.
Okay, I'm Yvette's husband, and she has written some words, and this is the first time me reading them. So they're very personal and near and dear to her heart, and I have not had the opportunity to proof this or read this, and I told her I would read it just as you're hearing it now.
Sure.
You are looking at a man who wanted to know what it felt like to kill someone. He craved that evil feeling so hard that he killed Zach, and then the bullets in his pocket to reload his gun while I screamed and focused on killing me. He killed an amazing human, and it wasn't enough for him. He had to kill again. The silence while he reloaded echoes every night, including last night. And then on the way my body felt and piercing bullet is something I relive every day. And I am grateful for every day. I have lived with appreciation for the state of Utah, Robert Stoll, Roger Blaylock, and Judge Shirka, hope I didn't kill that, for giving me a promise of never being at today's hearing. And I'm so hurt, saddened, and betrayed and disgusted that Utah, and specifically the Board of Pardons, violated that promise that I have or should have to be here. I accepted that I would live a life of joy, pain, depression, happiness, loss, physical and mental debilitation, anger, success, and watching the people that I love sacrifice and support me when they, in their own trauma, to overcome. Today, you see my biggest, most amazing fan club and all the reasons I'm not giving up. It would be so much easier to quit. Today, I am prosecuting over 130 cases in 3rd District Court. I support and believe in Utah's code. I'm proud to be a prosecutor, and I believe in people growing from their mistakes. I support and assert victims' rights on a daily basis. What makes sad today is no one has cared to protect me from this hearing, and as I was supposed to be protected from. I would never silence Zach's family, and I love them forever. Today, I'm betrayed by the state of Utah for denying the only promise it made to me that I'd have to be here more. My husband is protecting me from Utah's violation of me, and I'm doing my best to help people never become the man before you. Today's hearing wrecked my life and turned trust into the law upside down for the last months and hurt me more than being shown. I take his reloading his gun anytime over that, though it's happening done to me, that this hearing's done to me. And that's words.
Thank you, sir, for that statement. All right, ma'am. And again, even though I have your name on the list here, so again, even though I have your name for the record, I need you to state it.
My name is Cy Snar.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and tell me what you would like the board to know.
Thank you. My name is Cy Snar, and I am here with my husband, Ron Snar, our family and friends. I am speaking on behalf of my family and especially my son, Zachary Snar, who was killed on August 28, 1996. I am also speaking on behalf of the man who killed him, George Benvenuto. I am here to ask mercy and compassion for George. But before I do, I want the Board of Pardons and everyone else who is listening here to know that this was my idea, not George's. In fact, George discouraged me because he was afraid in pursuing this, it would be too painful for me and everyone else involved to have to relive the horror of what happened in 1996. But as I have traveled a road I wouldn't want any other mother to travel, I came to realize that I needed to ask for this hearing so I can share the miracle that Ron and I have experienced with George and his family, and to ask you, the only entity with the power to help us, to grant an act of mercy and compassion. It is my most sincere hope that I will be able to express what is in my heart, and that everyone will understand that my purpose here is to bring love, understanding, and healing, not to cause controversy or pain. First, I want to tell you about Zach. He was a gift to me and a gift to the world. He was kind, considerate, giving, funny, and loving, a friend to everyone. He had no boundaries in giving friendship and unconditional love to everyone he met. We miss him every day. In requesting this hearing, we are honoring the good and kind young man that Zach was. Most importantly, we are doing what Zach wants us to do. I know this. They say your children become your greatest teachers, and that is true of me. I just didn't realize that some of the lessons Zach would teach me would be after his death. I know he is with us, and I know he was the first to forgive George. We have felt him with us through every step of our journey. We didn't just lose Zach. He was ripped from our lives in such a violent way, it still breaks my heart. For a long time, I was mired in such extreme pain that I couldn't think of anything but anger, hurt, sorrow, and retribution. I spoke at every opportunity I had about Zach and the agony of losing him, and I thought talking about it would somehow ease my suffering. I spoke every time I had the opportunity at the preliminary hearings, sentencing, rallies on gun violence, to many groups of politicians, corrections officers, attorneys, and social workers. But for me, this is the most important statement I will ever make. I want to thank you as a board for granting me this opportunity to speak with you. I was very grateful 28 years ago when the court heard my words. I truly hope that today my words and feelings will be given the same weight. I also want to say how much we feel for Yvette. She survived this brutal shooting, and we can never understand what she lives with and what it is like to experience such a terrifying, violent attack at such a young age. We are grateful every day that she survived and that she lives a happy life. And we will always be grateful that she generously gave us details about Zach's last night. She has meant so much to our family, and we truly have loved her. Our efforts on behalf of George are not meant to cause Yvette any more pain. We have never asked her to join us in this effort, and we respect her feelings and her right to deal with the experience in any way she needs to. We came here today to convey our feelings, a task I do not feel strong enough or qualified to take on. However, my husband and I are getting older, and we need to make sure that we have a chance to convey our feelings to you. In speaking to you, I feel the weight of the world. I have lost sleep trying to find a way to convey what I feel is an urgent, critical, and spiritual task. I am here to ask for a compassionate commutation for the life without possibility of parole sentence imposed on George Benvenuto for killing my son, Zachary Hance-Snar. I am asking for his sentence to be commuted to life with the possibility of parole. I am asking for hope for a future other than prison for him, for his mother, and for his family. I haven't always felt this way. As I stated before, for years my family and I were full of hatred directed towards George. I said I would never forgive him. I didn't want to forgive him. However, that hate took over my life, and I knew I needed to move past it. I love my other 3 children as much as I love Zach, and I needed to be there for them. Even with that realization, my anger and hurt persisted for a very long time. I wanted to move past it, but I didn't know how I could. But eventually, I did. While I continued to miss Zach every day, I was finally able to find peace and gradually let go of my anger. Then in 2018, my husband and I received a letter from George, a letter we never expected to receive. In that letter, George expressed true regret and sorrow. He didn't make excuses or ask us for anything, and he took full responsibility. He simply wanted us to know the level of his remorse. He knew what he had done, what he had taken from us, and he wanted us to know that. He did not ask for or expect a response. Receiving this letter changed my life. I knew he was sincere, and it lifted the remaining weight that I carried. The last time we had seen or heard of George, he was a barely 19-year-old boy. And today, 28 years later, George is a 47-year-old man who has spent the vast majority of his life in prison. At the time Zach died, I was the same age as George is today. The first time I realized just how young George was at the time he committed this crime was when my oldest grandson, Taylor, turned 19. I looked at Taylor and realized just how young George really was. I couldn't imagine my grandson, who was really still just a boy, being locked away and having absolutely no future. I began to realize that this kind of sentence just isn't right. Since receiving George's letter, I have come to know George. I have also come to love George and his family, and I have great compassion for them. I know he lives daily with the knowledge of the repercussions of his crime and that his remorse is genuine. In making this request, I am not making excuses for George. He did a horrible thing. But what I have also come to realize is that this is the only thing he ever did. He was a young boy who had only known a life of violence, who did a terrible thing. He has become a very different man. George was so young when he was sentenced to prison, but since that time, even with no hope of ever earning release from this board, he has been a model inmate. As you well know, most prisoners in his situation with no hope of release commit further crimes, become involved in gangs, and display other problem behaviors. That has never been George. He has been a model inmate. He has grown as a person, and he has never had a disciplinary issue at all. Doug Fossen, the former victim coordinator for the Utah Department of Corrections, told me, George is a model prisoner. George could be released tomorrow, and he would never cause a problem in society. The George I know is motivated and always engaged in self-improvement. George is a voracious reader and continues his quest to learn. He is a teacher in the prison, teaches Spanish, mathematics, and computer skills. He is reticent, humble, and thoughtful man, and is always supportive and interested in me and my family. His only motivation is to be a better person. I know his heart, and I know his sincerity. I wish you could all know George the way that I have come to know him. Through every visit with George, every phone call, and every letter, I have never questioned his sincerity, his remorse, or his concern for our family. I know it is real. We love George, and it is reciprocal. These last 7 years, these last 7 years, I have learned forgiveness, and I have found peace through release of letting go of so much anger and hatred towards him. I have learned that people can change and do change, and George is not the young boy who murdered Zach. George was charged with capital murder because he killed Zach. But for taking the life of our son, he would not have received a life without the possibility of parole sentence. His offenses were terrible, but he has spent 28 years in prison. This sentence far exceeds the time he would have spent in prison if Zach had not died. In saying this, I do not mean to dismiss the pain of anyone else, but I sincerely feel that his punishment has been sufficient. Zach would want George to have a second chance. My family wants George to have a second chance. I know in commuting a life without the possibility of parole sentence, the law states that you must find that George would be permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society. I truly believe and know 100% that this would be the case because of who George has become. But beyond that, I would note that George is not a citizen of this country. If his sentence were commuted, he would be permanently deported and would accordingly be permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of anyone in society. We are asking ultimately for deportation. I believe in second chances. Even though I didn't feel it at the time, I know now that 19 is far too young for that harsh of a sentence. George is kind, humble, and appreciative. George once told me, quote, "If nothing changes with my situation, it means everything to me that you have forgiven me and are willing to try to do this for me," end quote. It would mean everything to me to help George find a second chance. He deserves a second chance. He deserves a life. I'm a 75-year-old woman who might be most well known for being the most loving and fierce mother and grandmother I can be. There isn't anything in this world I love more than my children and grandchildren. So you might wonder how I can ask for mercy for the man who stole one of my children from me. And I will tell you that all I know is that the power of forgiveness is transformative. It doesn't just change hearts, it changes lives. It is just the luck of the draw that George ended up with this life without parole sentence for killing my son. Other people who've committed heinous crimes and shown little to no remorse are eligible for release, while he is not. That is not just unfair, it is unjust. And I hope this board will see that and use the constitutional powers given exclusively to them to provide justice in this case. What is the purpose of the criminal justice system if not to offer hope for rehabilitation and second chances to those who fall? Is our society really one who would put a 19-year-old kid whose brain isn't fully developed, it has been proven brains aren't fully developed until you're in your mid-20s, to a life without parole and no chance for any life? It's just not right. And I would like to just make a comment about part of Yvette's letter. Like I said, we totally respect her and her feelings, but I would like it to be on record that I listened to his confession many years later, but I listened to it. And he never said that he just wanted to watch someone die. The media had reported that. And I will admit that was a knife in my heart, because for many years I thought that. I thought he had really said that, and it killed me. But he never said that. He felt immediate remorse, and he said he wished he hadn't done it. And I just want that to be clear. It was nothing but sensationalism by the media that was said. So I just want that to be clear. And I also want the ROHDE family to know that this hearing isn't because the board asked for it. So don't blame them. It was me. I asked for this hearing. It was important enough to me to say my feelings about this young man here who means a lot to me. I truly love him. I know his heart, and I have 100% forgiven him. We have 100% forgiven him. And we just feel so strongly that he deserves another chance. So I want to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to talk today. I hope I don't sit down and think, oh, I wished I would have said this and I wished I would have said that. And that's kind of like what I do, but I hope you can hear what's in my heart. So thank you again.
Thank you. Both of those were very well-written, articulate statements. And I'm grateful for both of them. Sir, as I said, you're not required to, but you do have the opportunity to respond if you wish. Do you wish to respond?
I just wrote a brief statement, if that's okay.
Yes.
So I'd like to start by thanking the board for holding this victim impact hearing and allowing Cy to speak. The crime that I committed was horrible, cruel, and senseless. I have no excuse for it. Never minimized it. I have thought about what I did every day of my life. If there was any way to undo all the harm that I caused, I wouldn't hesitate one moment to do so. To Yvette, I'm sorry that I shot you that night. I want to apologize to you for all the hurt, trauma, surgeries that you had to go through and all the lasting effects. I'm sorry that I introduced fear into your life. I also want to apologize to your family and loved ones which experienced everything right alongside you. I'm sorry that I altered and harmed your life in such a profound way. I understand that you'll never forgive me and that these are, after all, just words. To Cy and Ron and their family, I'm sorry that I took your beloved Zach from you, that I denied him all the things that he wanted to do. I apologize for stealing from all of you all the time that you would have shared together. I know that saying sorry will not bring him back. But Cy and Ron, they have huge hearts and are very kind, loving people. Thank you for forgiving me in spite of all the loss and damage that I caused your lives. Thank you for coming out today and speaking on my behalf, Cy. I'd also like to apologize to the community at large and anyone that was touched by my crime. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak.
Anything else that you want the board to know?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. For the benefit of those who just arrived, I'll restate what I said at the beginning. Is typically I would say that you won't know the result of this hearing for several weeks or months, but in this case, the board already has made the decision to deny the request for commutation because the statute requires us to do so. There, my heart goes out to the victims and their families. Certainly, you're right, what you did was cruel and reprehensible, and there is no way to fix it. There is no decision that the board can make different than it did make. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. I know that's a bit anticlimactic to say that the decision's already been made, but it has been made by statute. That's the decision that we have to make. So I do want to thank everybody who has spoken and for the letters that have come in. And I'm going to ask everyone to remain seated and listen carefully to the officers for instructions, and we will conclude the hearing at this time.
for an original hearing for Eli Williams, offender number 218860. Is that you, sir?
It is.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. If you raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. And as I mentioned, your father's here. Thank you for taking the time and effort to attend today's hearing. Mr. Williams, you, through a scheduling review, you were set for an original hearing in June of this year with the expectation that you complete substance use treatment, cognitive behavioral therapy, and comply with your case action plan and remain disciplinary free. In December of last year, the board received a special attention report from the Department of Corrections requesting that you be considered for release. And they outlined some of the reasons for that. And they requested that you be provided the opportunity to complete residential treatment in the community. That was the reason why your original hearing date was moved up to today. So we'll consider that information, also go over everything that's occurred since you've been incarcerated. Before we do that, I need to go over the commitment offenses with you. You've got a number of cases. You've got case 221-702-013, theft, third-degree felony, possession, third-degree felony. Case 231-402-812, theft, deception, Class A misdemeanor. Case 231-702-198, endangerment of a child or vulnerable adult, third-degree felony, and in 2 separate counts, both third-degree felonies. And possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, third-degree felony. All of these cases were run concurrent. You have a maximum 5-year sentence, puts you at December of 2028. Based off of your prior history, the current offenses and some other factors, the board calculated a sentencing guideline date. Yours is 25 months, which puts you at October of this year. The board will take those timeframes into consideration. Regarding the commitment offenses, did you get the pre-sentence investigation reports from AP&P, which outline, they have the offense summaries within them?
Yes, they're in my blue packet.
You read through those?
I have.
Is the information accurate regarding the facts of the offenses?
It is.
Okay. Rather than me read through all of those, I think it would be more beneficial to go over just a summary of that time frame, what was going on in your life and what led up to some of these cases.
Okay.
So if you could provide that information.
I was struggling with substance abuse, and the theft charges were to support my substance use. And so that's what caused me to have the theft-related charges. The child endangerment was because of my drug use for paraphernalia and possession around children in the same area that we were living in. And the theft by deception was, again, like I said, it was internet-related crime, and it was based on trying to support my substance use, not working at the time. So
How long had you been struggling with your substance use up to that point?
off and on for years. As far as recently, like I was on AP&P, and it was about 3-4 months, and then I started absconding. And so it'd been a while. And then I was in and out of jail for a minute. I went to Red Barn Academy for treatment, and then I'd walked away from there. And that's when I was on zero tolerance AP&P. And so at that point, they sentenced me to prison for it. And that time
What
frame,
drugs were you using?
methamphetamine, marijuana, a little bit of alcohol.
You said you've been using for a while. Was there a period of time where you were able to get clean?
Yes, the time that I was mentioned, the 3 or 4 months on AP&P, I was clean. I was doing well. I was checking in. I was following my stipulations for probation. And then after that, about 4 months is when I relapsed and absconded.
What do you think trigger led to the relapse?
Peers. I was still hanging around those same old people. I wasn't changing my life. I wasn't doing things. I was white knuckling it through my recovery rather than actually changing what I was doing. So just putting myself back in the same environment around the same people.
How old are your children?
1 and 3.
And then where are they currently?
Right now they're in a foster home with DCFS.
And one of your goals is to participate in whatever those custody proceedings are and try to regain custody of your children at some point? Is that what your hope is?
That's my primary goal. That's my biggest obstacle right now, is just working on reunification with the state, with being able to get my kids back. And in order to do that, I've got to go into residential treatment, and I want to be able to do that where they can join me, because otherwise we're going to run out of time for reunification. And so if I can do residential treatment in the community, my kids are able to come there with me, and the state will oversee my reunification and see me reintegrate with them.
And have you had any court proceedings regarding that while incarcerated?
Absolutely. I actually just had a court date on the 21st of February, and the judge pushed out my court date until the 10th of March and also the 18th of March to hopefully see what happens here today, so that way I can move forward with that. They're waiting to see kind of where I end up and what happens.
And what's the time frame on that reunification? What does the court want to see?
We're right up against it. The truth is like the year federal guideline was up February 14th. So the judge pushed out the court date for the closure of the case just to see what happens here. Because if I'm in the community, I'm able to get an extension. But if I'm not in the community, I'm not. And so due to being incarcerated, they would basically move to permanent placement somewhere else with the kids. And we're trying to avoid that. So
How long have you been sober at this point?
since October 23, before I went to jail, and then I went to Red Barn Academy, and then I ran from there, and I stayed sober though after I'd left there. And then when I came here, I've been sober since before I went to Red Barn. So
You said October of 2023?
yeah, that's when I was arrested, and I went to Davis County Jail. And then in January, I went to Red Barn from incarceration. And then in February, I left Red Barn, and then I was detained again on March 5th.
Why did you leave Red Barn?
Because I wasn't able to stay in compliance with DCFS to be able to secure the reunification with my children. Red Barn didn't allow it because they have a 14-month blackout period. And so I couldn't have my visits. And part of what the state said I needed to do in order to reunify with my kids was have at least 2 visits a month. And I was able to do that from here, and I wasn't able to from there. So I chose this instead of that, because otherwise I would have already lost my case.
The disciplinary violation in September of last year, unauthorized possession, use of property. What was the circumstances of that?
It was a sewing needle that was at the workplace at the HVAC maintenance shop, and it was used for, I had a watch at the time that had been broken while I was working, and we used it to sew the watch band back together. And then it was sitting on the shelf at the desk in the shop, and when the officer walked through and did his routine check, he just saw it and said that it was sewing needle made out of work materials and that it was unauthorized. I didn't realize that it was actually unauthorized or wasn't allowed, but that's what it was.
When was your most recent UA?
Less than a month ago.
You haven't had any dirty UAs?
No.
Now, the board laid out those expectations for certain classes and program they'd like you to do. What have you been able to complete or get into?
I was in the SOLID program and had worked my way through phase 2 of it. I've also done the Inside Out Dad parenting program, which I did that mostly for DCFS's side of things. They wanted me to go through a parenting class. And so as soon as I saw that there was one available here, I chose to do that. But I've also done Captain Your Story. I've done a bunch of LDS Institute classes. And I also have I was in pre-treatment for Achieve Recovery for a while. And then I'm currently in Achieve Recovery, going through that. And MRT I complete MRT actually tomorrow, but it hasn't been submitted yet because I haven't done my last class until tomorrow, which is I think a CBT class. And I've also been in high school, and I've accrued a little over half my credits. So
The Achieve program, now I know it's your hope that the board will consider releasing you as soon as possible to do residential treatment in the community. But if that isn't the option that the board goes with, how long will it take you to complete the Achieve program?
I believe it'll be June, maybe July, until I'm completed with the program. Sounds like you already understood that I'm hoping to complete residential treatment in the community though, because
I've taken notes on all of this. I'll make sure the board has the information and what your plan is, that your hope is that the reunification process with your children. You say you've had recent court hearings where it's been explained to you that you'd have the opportunity to complete residential treatment. Your children would be present with you there. What's the program?
Odyssey House has a parenting program that I would be part of.
Yeah, I'll present that plan and that information to the board for their consideration. And then just to cover all the bases, I want to make sure I understand where you're at currently with programming and what your expected completion date is. I've noted your progress within the institution. It is apparent based off of the reports received that you're doing well here at the facility. So that information will be relayed to the board also. Your release plan, you've touched on that. Now, aside from that initial completing treatment at Odyssey House, what are your more long-term plans?
I was a foreman for a guy named Lee Meitzler, who owns Lee's House Doctor. And when I'm done with treatment, he's willing to rehire me back there. And so I'll go back to being a handyman and construction worker, doing mostly remodels and basement finishes for people. So I'll go back to doing that. And it's a good job. It's a good career. And other than that, being a full-time dad.
Do you have, I mean, 1-year-old and 3-year-old, that takes a lot of time to manage children of those ages. Do you have other support in the community?
I do. My sister is a mom and she's willing to help me. She's always been there. My father has also been there and helped with the babysitting and stuff like that before. And they're pretty active in my life and they're a big part of the boys' lives as well. So they're big support. I also, like I said, I'm hoping to do the family program at Odyssey House because I think that'll help me learn some of the essential skills and what's necessary as a parent, especially as a single dad who's probably in a little over my head before I learn how to handle it and what's needed and what's expected. So.
Was there any general information that you had your mind set on stating at today's hearing that we haven't covered?
I think that the biggest part of it was just that, like, without this opportunity, I'm up against losing my parental rights, but I think that that's been made clear. I mean, I think that that's understood with what I've said about wanting to go to treatment at Odyssey and being in the community. If I'm not able to go back to the community to finish residential treatment, it'll take a pretty big turn for my little family that I'm starting. So, like, that's the biggest thing that I'd like to bring to the attention of the board is, like, just, without this opportunity, there's a lot at stake for me, so.
And not only did you bring that up at today's hearing, so it's all on record, and I've got that information to forward to the board, but we do have the initial report from the Department of Corrections, which also outlines that circumstance. So that'll be well covered in the information reviewed by the board. I'll get all of that over to them likely by tomorrow. Generally, it takes the board a couple weeks to deliberate and make a final decision. Once they have, they'll mail you a copy of the board order, and it'll outline everything that's expected moving forward.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
All right. We'll go ahead and conclude. Today is the time and place set for original hearing for Nathan Diggs, offender number 158154. That is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Through a scheduling review, you were set for today's hearing with the expectation that you complete substance use treatment and comply with your case action plan. So we'll go over whatever progress you've made in those areas. Before we do that, I need to go over your commitment offenses with you. You've got 3 separate cases. First case, 211-700-706, failure to register as a sex offender, 3rd-degree felony. This occurred in September of 2020. You hadn't been compliant with the registry, weren't living, didn't update your address with the registry. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you update your address?
It was a hard time trying to find places to live, and I decided to make a poor choice and not update my address of where I was living.
Next case, 211-909-937, aggravated assault, 3rd-degree felony. This occurred in September of 2021. It was an initial report of domestic violence. The victim reported that you had assaulted her. Do you remember what happened on this day?
Yes, I have something that I written down. Would I be able to read it for you?
Sure.
This is what happened that day. In a drug-induced psychosis, I became paranoid that Jessica was trying to have something done to me. As a result, I pulled a knife out and held it to her throat, begging for her to tell me what was going on. Only there was nothing to tell. It was all a story made up in my mind. I think about it every day. I'll never come close to truly knowing the way that she must have felt that day. The terror of not knowing if she was going to be okay, if she was ever going to see our children again. The psychological ramifications of my actions weigh heavy on her. Because of my actions, it must be hard to trust again, not knowing if she meets another man that she might act the way that I did. The post-traumatic stress of what happened must have left her in a way different from herself, which is another horrible result of my actions, because our daughters are missing out on the woman that she was before I decided to do drugs and stay awake, and to the point of driving me to an insane state of mind. Because of my actions, I left her alone to take care of our daughters. The result of my actions left our family in turmoil. I pray that Jessica is happy in life and she can only one day find happiness in the place of pain that I caused. I hope she knows how wonderful of a person she is and how truly sorry I am. The only thing that I can do to alleviate some of the damage that I caused is to get myself right to help take care of our daughters. Not a day goes by that I don't regret the ways that I treated the mother of my children.
Now the case we just discussed occurred in 2021. So apparently you continued the relationship for a period of time leading up to the next case, which is 231-910-807. Violation of a sentencing order. It's a protective order, I would imagine. This occurred October of 2023. Do you remember the circumstances of this one?
Yes, sir. I went over there to visit with my daughters. Me and Jessica ended up having like a few drinks together. There was an argument between the two of us. I left. I came back because I wanted to fix things that were going on. She wouldn't let me come in. I became upset. I started pounding on the door. And when I went to pound on the door the last time, I ended up punching the window and breaking the window. And at that time, I turned around and left.
How old are your daughters?
They're 10 and 7 now. At the time, they were 9 and 6.
So between 2021 and 2023, these cases are just about 2 years apart. What was the status of your relationship with the victim of record? Was it just co-parenting? Were you in a romantic relationship?
I could say it wasn't a romantic relationship, but we were friends.
Okay. And was that mostly for the benefit of the children, or?
It was for the children, and we had known each other for like over a decade. So we were still like pretty close.
And you had frequent visits with your children?
Yes, sir.
Was it did you both have custody or did she have custody and you just had visitation, or what was the circumstances?
She has physical custody. I still have my parental rights. I don't know how that works out, to be honest with you.
And then what's your current status with not only the victim of record, but also your children?
I haven't talked to him the entire time I've been down.
Now, if the board is considering setting a release date, your parole conditions would include no contact with the victim of record. So any contact that you do have would have to go through a third party to arrange visitation, that type of thing.
That would be great. And like, I actually have somebody, he's a good, outstanding member of the community. He used to be a service missionary that's helped me out. He's become a really good friend of mine. She knows him as well. And he has agreed to be able to like be the mediator between the two of us, to be able to set up times of visitation between the children. The children also know him as well, and they're very comfortable with him.
Any restitution that was associated with these cases, during the scheduling review, the board returned that to the court to determine, and if there is any, they'll likely send that off to debt collection.
Okay.
Now, there's some obvious glaring concerns, public safety concerns with having you released, given the nature of the offenses and your prior history. And that's the reason why the board set this hearing out with those expectations that you do certain classes, programming to reduce risk. And I didn't mention this yet. The maximum sentence that you have is a 5-year sentence, puts you at April 25th of 2029. Based off of your history and the nature of the commitment offenses, the board calculated a sentencing guideline date. You likely received the paperwork which outlines that date. It's 29 months, puts you at March 26th of 2025. The board considers those dates. That guideline date, they can deviate from that if they feel it's appropriate to do so. In your case, we're already in March, so it's not likely that you're going to get released any sooner than that. But they could extend that if they feel there's certain things you need to accomplish prior to release. Now, given the seriousness of the offenses, I've already alluded to this, any release would likely be a supervised release. You'd be required to follow through with all of the conditions of supervision. If you could go over any classes or programming that you've completed while incarcerated.
Yes, there's also some other things that I've written to kind of like highlight that. I've written, since my incarceration, I've been on a journey of deep personal growth, constantly searching for ways to improve myself, change my way of thinking and the way I view life. Education has become a key element in the process. I most recently graduated the CNC course with Davis Applied Technology, earning a certificate in machining, a career I'm eager to pursue upon my eventual release. I've enrolled in another course as well through Davis College, Business Tech. I am learning computer systems that would be valuable in an office setting and for everyday life. On top of my courses through Davis Tech, I am also involved with BYU Pathways, a program designed to help you earn an associate's degree. It starts you out with 3 courses: life skills, professional skills, and finally university skills. These 3 courses will help you earn credits for college while helping you take the steps towards your associates. I'm truly blessed to be accepted in this program, and it truly is a shining light in my life. I have also completed Captain Your Story, a program help for cognitive restructuring and helping you to visualize the success you can be in life and get you out of the negative, defeating views you have of yourself. I've been also learning valuable skills from Achieve Recovery that I will carry with me for life. I'm coming to the end and will be presenting my final assignments to the treatment team this Thursday, March 6th. I have been proactive in my release plans and what it would look like. First and most important, I've interviewed and been accepted into EPIC, a residential program through Valley Behavioral. This is where I would parole to upon my completion, or this is where I would parole to. Upon my completion of EPIC, I will use the resources they will provide to enter into safe housing. A good friend of mine is going to help me get into contact with a financial advisor so I can begin the steps to fix my credit. I have hopes and dreams of owning a home by the time I'm 44. I plan on taking advantage of the TAM medical that will be provided for me and attend parenting classes so I can begin to repair the broken relationship with my children. I will be on TAM for at least a year, and I will again take advantage of the resources to find an individual therapist to meet with regularly. I plan on attending the transition award through the LDS Church and participate in institute classes, as well as Sunday worship and any other activities they may offer. I've learned to design parts for a 3D printer through CNC, and I have become quite good at it. I plan on signing up for cooking classes, going to the gym. These things I would be doing as hobbies and pro-social activities. I read, meditate, and constantly look for ways to keep my mental health good. I have found the right combination of medication, and for once in my life, with the combination of all things mentioned, I've truly come to know and love myself. Where there was chaos and confusion and lack of hope, want and desire to do better, be better, there is now a man that sits before you with a vision of so much more capable of great things, free of alcohol and illegal substances. A man that wants nothing more than to be the father to my children, that my children need me to be, and a valuable member of society, and be a true and righteous child of God. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for coming to the hearing prepared. Those are a lot of what you've relayed to the board is the information I would have asked you. So I've noted everything that you've said, and you've covered most of the questions that I would have asked you. Just to get some clarification on some things. The EPIC program that you mentioned, do you know that you have a bed available there?
Yes, they're just waiting on confirmation of a date to facilitate how that looks beyond that point.
From my understanding, that program is not easy to get into. There's usually a wait list. And so if you have some confidence that you can get into that program, that's probably a good option for you. And that's going to address, you touched on your mental health, that you finally found the right medication combination and you feel stable in regards to that.
Yes, sir. This is the greatest. I've honestly felt, I'm 40 years old, and this is the most stablest, the most clear-headed, the most happy that I've been in my entire life. I can't explain it. All my situations, the things that I've learned, the coping skills, the possibilities of a career, I've never had that before in my life, and this is the happiest I've ever been.
And the medication and mental health therapy that you're receiving here, that's going to be continued through the EPIC program. So hopefully you follow through with that placement and continue on the path that you're on. The Achieve program, you mentioned that. I was looking at the report that I have, and it basically has a list of the various programs and classes that you've participated in and completed. And it shows there's an entry for Achieve Recovery numerous times, and some of it's closed out successfully and some of it's still open. And I would imagine that maybe that's the pre-treatment portion of it that's been closed out and that you're currently participating in the core treatment.
Yeah, today, and I can show you before I came to the board, we put our final assignments together. And on the 6th, that's when I'll be standing up and going over my behavior change and my 23 risky situations, and I'll be closing out and I'll be done with it.
If all of that goes well, then you'll be done with the program within the next week or two.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, the board will balance both the good and the bad. Your history and the reason why you've returned to prison is obviously the bad. And then the good is all the efforts that you've put into correcting some of the behaviors, learning how to be successful moving forward, and then setting up that release plan.
I also, since I've been down, I've had no violations. I've had no run-ins with officers. Honestly, I have had, I think, 2 positive C notes. Never had a negative, don't have any negative C notes, no write-ups, no violations.
And if I remember right, your previous incarceration and parole did not go well. The parole period was unsuccessful.
Yeah, it's night and day of how I was compared to how I am now, if you take a look at it.
And the board did receive an institutional progress report, so they'll have that to review with all the other information that outlines no disciplinary violations and the progress with the classes and programming. I'll get all this information over to the board by tomorrow, and then generally it takes the board a couple weeks to deliberate and make their decision. Once they've determined the outcome, they'll mail you a copy of the board order, and it'll outline all of the expectations moving forward.
Okay.
Now, I already went over your guideline date. Really, by the time the board deliberates and makes their decision and sets a release date, they like about 30 days of transition time. So you can get set up with wherever you're going to be released. Sounds like EPIC. Hopefully that works out. So if they are to consider that guideline date, it would likely be just beyond that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you for yours. I appreciate it.
Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Matthew Timothy, offender number 150203. That is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. Through a scheduling review, you were set for today's hearing with the expectation that you complete substance use treatment and comply with your CAP. So we'll go over the progress you made in those areas. Before we do that, I'll go over your commitment offenses with you. You've got a number of cases. Got a theft by receiving, third-degree felony, identity fraud, third-degree felony, assault by a prisoner, third-degree felony, theft by receiving, third-degree felony, and another theft by receiving, third-degree felony. The facts of those cases were all provided to the board in the form of the pre-sentence investigation. They had the offense summary within those reports. Did you get the opportunity to look through those?
Yes, sir.
Was the information accurate regarding the what took place in those cases?
Yes, sir.
Now, these cases span December 2021 all the way through October 2022. Rather than me read through everything that happened, I think it'd be more beneficial if you just provide a general overview as to what was going on in your life, what led up to these cases.
All right, on the one that happened in 2021, the possession of somebody else's identification, I took a friend to the bank to cash a check. We went through the drive-through. I wasn't aware that she was committing the crime. I had hired a lawyer, and my lawyer was confident we were gonna beat the charge because it was, I was just being charged for being there. Because I was not aware that she was doing what she was doing. And they were gonna be able to prove it, but I guess the paralegal went and got shot. She went to do a case in New York, got shot, and my lawyer got disbarred. So I had to stick with the public defender. On the assault by a prisoner, I just lost my temper one day. There's no explanation for that. I lost my temper and I made a bad decision. On the stolen vehicles, what was going on in my mind, I had given up. I had finally had everything going for me. I had a kid on the way. I had just pretty much, I was living the life that I wanted to live. I was doing good. I was out of prison for a while. I got the taste of freedom and I started liking it. And then I was told my baby was stillborn, and I had just lost it. I just went off the deep end and I made some mistakes that I regret. And I'm hoping that I can make them right.
Were you involved in drug use during the time frame of these cases?
Yes, sir, I was.
What'd you end up, what were you using?
I got really addicted to heroin. And I've always been addicted to meth. And I was doing fentanyl as well.
How long have you been clean at this point?
I'm gonna be honest with you, for the meth and heroin, I've been clean since I got locked up. I have self-medicated on Suboxone when I've had the overwhelming urge to do heroin or meth in here. I feel like when I get out, I'm gonna be doing Suboxone anyways, because it helps with the cravings. It puts me in an all-around good frame of mind. I'm easier to be around when I'm on it. So when I get out, I plan on getting on Suboxone so I can not be on opiates and methamphetamines. I don't want to live like that anymore. Like I said, I got a taste of freedom out there. If you look at my record, I've never had more than 3 to 6 months out since I was a kid. I was out for quite a few years this time, and I want to do it again. I want to have that life out there. So,
now with the expectations that the board laid out for today's hearing, have you been able to do any classes or programming?
I have completed the MRT program. I've completed the anger management program. I messed up my parenting class. I can't remember what it was called. Inside Out Dad. I messed that up. I had missed a couple classes because I went into a depression, and they had booted me out. I've requested my caseworker put me in for it. I've requested my caseworker to put me in for other classes. We can't just sign up for any class we want. I have requested, I've got it on my tablet where I've requested to do more programming. The anger management, they brought papers into the section and I realized I have an anger problem. So I personally signed up for that class. The MRT class went with a breeze. I feel like I gathered a lot of information from the classes. I feel like I've gone, other than being jumped by the Crips up there in green. The reason why I have not completed green, I got jumped up in there in January by 2 Crips. I don't feel safe up there. When I went,
But
up
you
there-
haven't put in for like SL4 status or anything, have you?
No, sir. No. So as long as I'm not living in the same section with them, I'm fine. They said that I'm good to walk the yard. I just can't live in the same section with them. I'm currently living in a section without Crips in it. And when I went up there in June to do the program again, I was having like real bad anxiety. I was looking over my shoulder constantly. Not only was I worried about the Crips, I had everybody coming up to, hey, you're the one that got jumped by those Crips, huh? Like, it was just too much for me. I couldn't do it. My wife had somebody on the streets, try to get me into a program, but a lot of the programs out there on the streets are, I've got to contact them myself. I was trying to get into the first step. Like I said, they made inquiries about it, but they said that I have to be out to do it. I've got people out there willing to try to get me into a program, and I've tried to get into a program on the streets. If granted a chance on parole, I was going to go to the Mormon church and ask them if they would help me with sober living or something. I'm doing everything I can to do what the board wants me to do. Like I said, I've requested my caseworker to put me in more classes. He sent me a message saying, keep your eye open just in case I put you in more classes, but it never happened. I look at the tablet every day and there's still no classes. I feel like I've done everything I can to complete the board requirements.
And just so I'm clear, as far as doing the residential achieve program while incarcerated, that's not going to be a possibility for you given the safety concerns?
Yes. It's not the safety concerns, more my mental health. I have PTSD.
Right. And when I said safety concerns, because that's why I asked you specifically about the SL4 status. You're not SL4. You could technically have access to the Achieve program. It's just your own decision is you don't want to be housed in that location because it gives you anxiety and you don't want to get into any other incidents with the gangs.
They say they keep the gangs out of there, but the gangs are in there. It's plain as day because I got jumped by 2 Crips up there.
Or you want the opportunity to do parole and complete treatment at a program of some kind.
Yes, sir. This is the first time I've ever requested a program. This is the first time I've ever attempted to do a program. Well, second time I've attempted to do a program. I was still in the gang life when I did Hope, and I got kicked out of Hope for gang activities, for an STG write-up. I've completed my modification. I'm no longer considered a gang member. I'm doing my best, and I would like for the opportunity to prove that I can do parole.
You've got a maximum 5-year sentence, puts you in November 2027. You're based off of your history and your current commitments. You've got 38-month guidelines, September 16th of 2025. The board will take those dates into consideration. I will inform them of what's occurred here at the facility, that you've done some classes, that you aren't able to do the residential program. You're hopeful to do that on parole in the community.
Yes, the residential program made a comment when I signed my papers to leave, that if the board does put me in to do the program, they are not necessarily buying to get me into the program to complete it before the parole before the board gives me a parole. Basically, what they're saying is that they don't have to get me up there to get the program done in time. So, like, if the board says I have to do it, then they'll get me up there when they get me up there.
Right. And the board does see that. They see the reports from programming where, they let us know that they're not gonna be able to complete the program prior to release, and the board has to decide whether or not they want to rescind a date or remove the expectation. But you laid out your reasoning for not doing the program, that you are amenable to doing whatever classes and programming are available to you, and you've also laid out what your release plans are. So I'll get that information over to the board.
Okay, I got one more question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So on the, for the MAT program, my number one mapping is MAT. My cap is MAT. I've seen the people for, MAT, and they agreed that I need it when I get out. And then on the papers, one of the things that will be able to get me on the MAT here at the prison is if the board recommends that I do the MAT program. Is there any way that I can get the board to recommend that I start the MAT program? I was in an active MAT program when I got locked up, but I don't fit the guidelines because the MAT program started a year after I come to prison.
And the MAT while incarcerated is a relatively new thing. I know the board often attaches that to parole conditions. I haven't heard anything about them, requesting that, while incarcerated, but I will inform them that you've made that request at today's hearing, that that's something that you think would be beneficial for you. Now, as a parole condition, the board can do that. Whether they, provide MAT to you here at the institution, I don't know how that would work, but.
I seen something on the tablet about it, and that was just one of the requirements, or if it was, there's like 5 or 6 requirements, and I thought I'd ask.
And you could be right. That may be something that the board's looking into doing, moving forward. But like I said, the MAT while incarcerated is a relatively new thing. So.
Okay.
All right. I'll get this all over to the board for their review. They should be able to get a decision made in the next couple weeks. They'll mail you a copy of the board order. It'll outline everything that's expected.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude. Today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing do you mind stating your name for the record?
MOEIN AGHDASI.
Offender number 255382. Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
feel ready to proceed?
yes,
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You had your original hearing in December of 2024. You were granted a January 14th, 2025 parole date. Subsequently, the board received notice that you were having some mental instability. And that's the reason why your release date was rescinded and you were scheduled for today's hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's going on now? Or do you feel like you've become more stable or?
Yes, sir. I've become more stable. I've stayed out of the psych hall. I haven't been getting any write-ups, and I would like a second chance at parole.
So you were housed in Current for a while?
I still am.
You still are? Okay, but now you're in do you have a cell with another inmate?
I am housed with another inmate. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then, do you have your normal recreation time with everybody else?
Yes, sir.
And you haven't had any incidents?
I haven't had any incidents. Me and my cellmate get along very well.
And, medication, are you taking any medication?
I am taking medication. Yes, sir.
Do you find that the medication's beneficial?
Yes, sir. It is.
All right. And then what are your release plans?
I mean, I thought they were gonna send me to the halfway house or something like that. I'm not sure.
And you're willing to do that if that's the requirement that you go continue your stability at a halfway house?
Yes, sir.
Now, the board may put the order in place that you either do it's the mental health program at the halfway house or another program that you find on your own, like a private program. So could be one of those two options.
Okay, I'll do the program at the halfway house.
Okay, and in order to do that, what they'll likely do is they'll have somebody come out and meet with you. And if they can just confirm what you've said today, that you're doing well, they're in Current, that you're taking your medication, there's no stability concerns, I would imagine that they'd be in a place where you could be released to that halfway house.
Okay,
All right, I'll request that the board put a release date back in place as soon as possible. And then just take into consideration that as soon as possible means somebody's got to come out and meet with you. They've got to make sure that you're a good fit, and then you can be released. So it might be about 30 days out.
okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir.
We'll go ahead and conclude. All right, today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Dean Wilson, offender number 13586. Can we get Mr. Wilson on the screen? And Mr. Wilson, that is you, correct?
I guess. Yeah,
All right, and that was your offender number 13586?
yes,
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
yes,
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
My name's Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. And as you are aware, we do have Ms. Chambers here participating in the hearing. I will go through the hearing as I normally would, and then I'll provide Ms. Chambers the opportunity to provide whatever statements she would like. Mr. Wilson, you were, through a scheduling review, you were set for today's hearing with the expectation that you complete domestic violence classes, that you comply with your case action plan, and that you remain free from any disciplinary violations. So we'll go over whatever progress you've made in those areas. Before we do that, I need to go over your commitment offense with you. You were committed to prison on case 221-600-062, attempted aggravated assault resulting in serious bodily injury, third-degree felony. It is a maximum 5-year sentence, puts you at July 7th of 2028. Based off of your history in this case and some other factors, the board calculated a guideline date. Your guideline is 26 months, puts you at September 7th of this year. The board will take that guideline date into consideration. They can deviate from that if they feel it's appropriate to do so. In regards to the commitment offense, the information is that this occurred in September of 2022. Police received a call of a domestic disturbance at your residence. The victim reported that you had held a sword across her chest in what she felt was a threatening manner. She reported that she attempted to sit up while this was going on, and that you grabbed her with one hand at her throat and pushed her down. Is that information accurate?
Well, to happen so fast, I have a hard time really telling what actually went up place. But I went in there to show her this sword, and she was asleep in bed, and I went to wake her up. And she jumped out of bed, and I had that thing in my hands when she jumped up out of bed. I don't remember like that, like pushing her, but I do remember slamming her to the bed and telling her to get out of my face. I don't remember threatening her with that at all.
And then what was going on that day or night that led to you having this incident?
The night before, she was telling me about this knife collection she had. And I told her I had one that I could show her, but it wasn't at my home. And so the next morning she was asleep, and there was a drink in the windowsill that I hadn't drank the night before. It was still a full drink that was in the windowsill. And I went, and she was sleeping. I was remodeling on my house. And so I went up and got that sword, and I was drinking and waiting for her to wake up. And when she didn't wake up, I went in there with that. I went in there to show her that. I woke her up and said, "Hey, look, check this out." Nothing, you know. Here, I want to show you this. And when I pulled it out, she jumped up out of bed. And I imagine I scared her. I imagine she was frightened when I didn't mean to. But we were in such a tight area that I wasn't, it was like in between my dresser and my bed when she came up out of that bed, and I didn't have a chance to think. I just reacted. It wasn't a chance to.
So you mentioned that you had been drinking. Were you intoxicated when this all happened?
Yes, I had.
What level of intoxication? Highly intoxicated to the point where you don't have a clear recollection, you almost black out at that point, or how intoxicated were you, do you think?
I was in a fairly intoxicated state. Not a, I wouldn't say, I don't know if I was blackout point, but I was in a fairly intoxicated state.
Was it normal for you at this period in your life to consume high levels of alcohol?
No, it wasn't. From the last time I was incarcerated, I started going to church, and I thought I found me a good Christian girl. She was sending me, and I was telling my bishop that I found me a good Christian girl. And I didn't want, I never thought I'd find myself in this position ever again, where I'd be in jail, incarcerated and I can't believe how much my life had changed from the time, from my last incarceration till now. I was taking care of my mother. My mother was in a hospital bed, and I was her sole caretaker. And for 4 years, I changed her diapers and got her food and everything. And I was the sole caretaker, and I didn't have any friends or anything. All I did is try to get a little work and I wanted someone in my life when my mom died. I wanted a shoulder to cry on, someone to grieve with. And so I went on the internet and met Cass. And she was having some problems in her life at the time. And
We don't need to go into too much, too many
No.
details on that, but with the, as far as the consuming alcohol, so based
Yes.
off of what you've explained, you went for a significant period of time without drinking, then you were taking care of your mother, she died, and then did you get back into drinking after that?
my mother died while I was incarcerated here.
Okay,
I lost my mother while I was incarcerated here.
since you've been incarcerated?
And I'm still dealing with probate stuff over her. Dealing with her legal stuff.
So I guess my main question is, was your drinking on the night of this incident, was that a one-off? Or was it something that you were doing frequently during the time of the offense?
Not something I was doing frequently.
Any drug use?
No. I'm totally, right now, I'm totally against alcohol and drugs. I think that's bad. I told her I didn't want I don't want a drug alcoholic in my life.
In your history,
I'm sorry, I'm
your
so
history-
against that stuff. Right.
I was just gonna say, and your history is known to the board. You've been incarcerated several times. You had two prior parole periods. So the board has a record of your prior convictions and your supervision periods. They'll take that into consideration. In regards to the expectations laid out for today's hearing, have you been able to do any of the classes or programming?
I have, what the caseworker turned in, right? I have 18 certificates where I've been taking anger management study for the last year, and substance abuse and relapse prevention and stuff for a year straight. Plus anger management for a year straight. I got 18 certificates from them.
And I do see a number of those class completions.
Yeah, he's got some of them down, but he doesn't have it all.
Yeah, and I've noted the 18 certificates that you've mentioned, then the ones that I specifically have listed are a variety of life skill classes, MRT, thinking for a change, anger management, functional behavior program.
Inside out, and I got a list of those.
Right.
But he doesn't have the substance abuse ones down there on that list.
Yeah, what substance abuse ones have you completed?
Substance abuse, relapse prevention, and early recovery. I have multiple certificates for that because I've been taking this stuff because those classes are only so long, and they're only so long, and I've taken them over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Like anger management.
It may be hard to encompass everything that you've learned in just a short period of time, for the purposes of today's hearing, but if you could present maybe a few main takeaways from the classes you've completed and what you've learned from them.
I noticed that when I take them over and over and over again, is that I see from watching the other men that are in there and the way they think and stuff, I'm surprised on how much my thinking has changed in the last 10 years or 8 years since my last incarceration. That the way I think has changed a lot. That I don't perceive myself as what I used to be like. And the takeaways from I learned something in every class. I take a lot of them, a day. So there's always something new that I came up with from before. I know that I can see the effects of what alcohol and drugs can do to a person. From watching the other guys in the classroom, knowing that I just don't want to associate with those type of people anymore. I do Book of Mormon. I go to LDS 12 step, right? Ever since I've been here in the Book of Mormon and church, and I like that in my life. I don't want drug alcoholic in my life. I'm done with that era. I'm done with that chapter of my life. I've seen my record, and my record makes me sick to my stomach. And being here every day, I got a lot of anxiety here because of what happened. Because of my mother dying and what happened in that room that day. But when I think about what happened that day, it makes me sick. It makes me sick. I get bad anxiety from it. I don't like to think about it.
Well, one consideration that the board will make is whether or not it's appropriate to set a release date. If the board is inclined to set a release date, I would anticipate it would be a supervised release and you'd be required to follow through with all the conditions of supervision. In the board packet that you submitted, you indicate you have your own residence to be released to, that you generally work in maintenance. Any other specific release plans?
My boss was going to send a letter. I talked to him yesterday, but he said he had a road he was going to send today. He's going to be here today. I think he's trying to log in for today, but I don't know if he managed to do that. And my supervisor here at the jail, he's going to write me a letter. I've been on a couple times to get an evaluation of my performance here in the jail. I'm currently the librarian. I did the kitchen and then went from the kitchen to the laundry, and I'm in the library. And being in the library is not really easy for anger issues. If I was an angry person, I wouldn't be able to deal with 300 men. The books were really important to them. I've learned a lot of patience with dealing with those type of individuals in the library.
All right. Ms. Chambers, if you're willing and able at this time, I'd like to take your comments.
Okay.
Thank you for being here, taking the time and effort to appear today. And do you swear or affirm that the statements you provide today will be truthful?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. And go ahead with whatever you would like the board to consider.
Okay. This is Dean's third time going to prison for assault, and I do not feel like he has learned his lesson. Even after he has served his time, I will continue to serve time for the rest of my life because of the trauma that he has caused me. He can do all these programs in the prison, but he's doing it because he has to do it. in order for him to look good to get out. I am in fear for my life. He not only hit me with these swords, he had them all paraded in the room. They took pictures of him. There were several swords. And then he would choke me till I would pass out. And then I'd wake back up to him again. And this has caused so much trauma in my life. I'm still in fear. It's cost me also a small fortune, and I'm on Social Security disability. And I will always be in fear of my life because of him. And he needs to spend as much time in there as the prison will give him. He can't keep getting away with hurting people, and especially women.
Well, thank you for that, and I will make sure that I forward your comments to the board for their consideration. I've noted your fears and concerns with having Mr. Wilson released, and that you would like him to remain incarcerated for as long as law permits. And I do have your version of what happened. You provided the details as to the extent of the harm, and I'm sure there's even more to it that you aren't able to articulate in a short hearing setting. But what you've described is far different from what Mr. Wilson described happened that day. And I will let you know that I do believe your version of what happened.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And you can go ahead and mute again.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, is there anything that you would like to say in response to what you heard?
I would hate to say anything negative, but and what if I said that what she told in my blue packet, what she said to her police report, and her statements keep changing. I believe I hardly knew the woman, for one. Only spent like 6 days with her for her to make a judgment like that. You know, she doesn't really know me for like years or anything. This is someone I met off the internet, and I think maybe she has some past or something that is some hate that she has bottled up that she might be releasing on me.
Well, I don't know that that's accurate. I think what she stated
Statements change.
is accurate. You've been in prison a number of times. You have other cases that you've been involved in. Your version of what happened regarding you were drinking and that you wanted to show her your sword while she's asleep in bed, that makes no sense. So your version of what occurred isn't
Right.
logical. It's nonsensical. But the board will review everything as a whole. They'll look at the offense. They'll look at the investigative reports. They'll look at your prior history. They'll look at your statements from today's hearing. They'll also look at the statement that was provided by the Ms. Chambers, and also your institutional report, the classes programming that you've completed. They'll consider all of the information in making their decision. What that decision will be, I don't know. I'm not involved in the decision-making process. I'm a hearing officer. I provide information to 5 board members. Those 5 board members will be the ones that decide what happened moving forward. The options they have is they could deny a release altogether and you serve out the entire sentence. They could deny release and set this out for another hearing sometime in the future to review progress. They could set a release date, a supervised release with certain expectation that you'd be required to follow through with under supervision. Now, if you were released on parole, one thing that is certain, a condition of release would be that you have no contact with Ms. Chambers whatsoever. I'll leave it to you for the last few moments of the hearing. Mr. Wilson, anything additional that you would like the board to consider?
Maybe the police report that she told the police that in her handwritten statement to begin with. That should be, but she told the police officer to begin with the day I was arrested.
You're really
Before-
you are really hung up on her statements, and what she said. Do you feel like you did anything wrong?
Yes.
What did you do that was
I
wrong?
wanted to take responsibility. But I kind of feel like my actions have got blown up.
Let's hear what you think you did that was wrong, because based off of what you described as you were just innocently showing her a sword, and then she jumped up scared and you pushed her away from you. That's what you say happened. Did you do anything wrong?
Yes, that was wrong. And anytime you lay hands on somebody, anytime you hurt someone is wrong. Brings tears to my eyes when I hear someone hurting someone else. And I do understand that I did something wrong. And I did want to make amends for it, take accountability for it. So I do think it's wrong.
All right, Mr. Wilson, I'll get the information over to the board in the next day or two for their review. They'll deliberate over the next couple weeks. And they will mail you a copy of the board order and the decision that they've made. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward. And at this point, we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Okay. Apologize for that.
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Brandon Foster, offender number 144493. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. You submitted a parole violation waiver back in October of 2023. You entered no contest pleas to the allegations. The board accepted the waiver and your pleas, and then they set this out for review. There was a pending case that has since been adjudicated.
Yes.
It's case 241-901-842, attempted distribution, third-degree felony, and possession of a controlled substance, third-degree felony. So I'll request that the board affirm your prior no contest pleas to those allegations. We'll go over this new case, and then the board can move forward with another decision. Your prior parole date was revoked through that waiver process.
Right.
If you could just go over what happened that day. It was back in September of 2023.
I had relapsed earlier that week. I got pulled over for a minor violation, traffic violation. It was, I think gang task force and maybe APMP or Metro task force. Asked if I was on parole, pulled me out of the car. They found a piece of burnt tinfoil in my vehicle. At that point, they asked me to open my phone, which I agreed to. I opened my phone. They seen some conversations of me buying the drugs I had